All right. Welcome. Yeah, so we are in the middle of implementing a boss. Yeah, it's my first boss, so it's basically a learning experience here. And I've actually thought a little bit about how to improve it. So, well, at least for one aspect, which would be well, if we run the game here. So basically it's this stationary boss at the start, and then you can just, right now you can just go forward and attack like this. But I was thinking maybe we need something more exciting, or I mean something more like, so you just stand in the same place. And what I was thinking is maybe adding like vulnerable spots that you have to sort of chase around. And what I was thinking is maybe just, yeah, I can't really pause it if I move up. So maybe just have 3 sort of orbs or whatever flying around here, and we'll disable the sort of hitbox on the boss, and then you have 3 things floating around, and they have certain life, and when you destroy them all, you get pushed back. Okay, and then it starts to like regenerate those orbs. You push the thing down there, which stuns him. Then you can go and, well, actually it's not regenerating orbs. No, that's right. It's gonna regenerate lives. Alright, and then you move up there, you put the boulder down. He's gonna get stunned. Then you deal extra damage. You hit him a couple of times. Then this hitbox gets like, you can hit this actual hitbox or whatever. Maybe his head like hits the ground or something, and you can hit it over here. But then once it exits the stun state, you get pushed out again. And well, then no, maybe not pushed, but then the 3 orbs gets respawned, and that continues until you reached the like 50%. And at that point, or at some point, he goes into phase 2, which is the flying phase. And then I'm thinking the 3 orbs can be reused in the flying phase, so they can be like unlocked from the main boss and float around, so you can hit them to again stun the boss at that point. So you destroy the orbs, the boss is flying around doing some attacks. If you manage to kill all the orbs, the boss gets stunned, crashes into the ground, and you can do some attacks on the boss, and then it flies up and the orbs get respawned and it repeats. Something like that. Maybe it's so hard to, I mean, I'm trying to explain what I'm seeing in my head here, but alright, so a couple of things we need for that is during active phase, yeah, we have these 3 orbs, so let's create those. So here we're creating but we only have like 1 boss entity right now, so I'm thinking we should add more entities. So this is the boss, and then we'll have orb 1, orb 2, orb 3, and those can actually be stored here as well. We can store them here. Orb 2 and orb 3. And we'll just set these two undefined for now. No, actually we can pass them in here. It's a little bit convoluted how I decided to do this here, but orb 1, orb 2, orb 3, and then we can reuse those entities. I just want to have them there. All right, and then yeah, so we have these 3. Where is the boss here? 1 or 2 or 3. There we go. All right. And then yeah, we should add. Let's add a function here. Initialize orb. So what do we need? Damage on touch for the player. Health. Death. Draw layer. I mean, it's gonna be above the boss, but yeah, it's fine because they are created after the boss. They are, I think they will have yeah, they will be drawn out after. Okay. Sure, I will add this debug thing. Let's do like orange for those. We need a physics. This one, we don't really need this to be a collision group. They're not gonna sort of collide with anything. They're gonna be like free spirits, I almost said. Alright. And then the hitbox, this is... let's just do it. Okay, and then let's see, we'll call these after here, so we'll call init orb 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah, that's I think that's enough for now. Anything else? I mean, we have animation and stuff, but we don't really have any sort of graphics for it. Entity ID, well, no. Alright, so we have those orbs. Now, what is the position? The position is... something. We need the position. And the draw layer. So position is let's do like orb 1 offset plus position. Orb 2 offset. So I'm thinking basically gonna be like in a circle around, like in a triangle sort of thing around the. So orb 1 offset is equal to. Well, we can do this. We can do rotate right. Actually, this will be only x, and then we. So this will be the magnitude. What the magnitude will be? Well, it's gonna be like the boss hitbox. So size and the x part of that over 2, right? That's the radius. So like boss radius, I guess we can. Okay. So we'll rotate that around some angle. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's see. So let's say the first one is 180, sure. Next one is. Well, how many? How is like it's 2 times pi divided by 3. That's like a whole lap around. Divided by 3, and now we want 2 of those. And then 3. Wait, but that's just 2 pi. We go back to 0. This is a third of the round. This is a 2/3 and then 0. Yeah, I guess we can. All right. Those are the offsets. So they should show up now as orbs around the boss. Let's see. Alright, I'm pretty sure we should see those orbs now. Let's try it. Oh yeah, they need no gravity as well. Okay, maybe they're too big, I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, the radius, but then the orb radius is going to be boss radius minus orb hitbox size. And we'll take any component there. And do we have half it? I think. Oops. And then we use orb radius instead. All right, and you can see here that this thing does not go outside the boss, so it won't, you know, clip through the ground or anything like that. All right, cool. Now I want to disable damage on touch for the boss, so the player won't get attacked or get damaged when touching the boss. Should only get damaged when touching the orbs. Alright, we do have health component on the boss, but I will also add invincibility. Which never ends. And then we toggle that on or off. Yeah. And then you. I'm gonna add an init without destroy. So we don't destroy them, but we do we should hide them. Like they're gonna get hidden and sort of disabled. I'm gonna have to manage that. I mean, I guess technically we could destroy them as well. Would they have to respawn them, I guess? It's not really... It's just that to keep the entities around is... I guess could be more safe if you want to keep the keys the same. Okay, but anyway, we'll figure that out. So... Right, we have these things. They're not affected by gravity. But let's add no gravity anyway. And they don't have no air drag. All right. Okay. So, yeah, so during phase 1, during the active phase, they should move around. And so what I'm thinking is it's gonna be based on the time, I think. So if you could get like the original time at when the boss sort of spawned, or when the phase 1 active actually started. So let's keep that around. Started at. Yeah, we just saved the value there. And then we can base the calculation based on that. So let's make a function for that. So we'll make like orb position. And then we'll add a vector here, or we'll add an angle that represents which orb it is. So this is like the base angle. And we get a vector. All right. And so basically, let's see, we'll take this orb base vector is this only x orb radius. Yeah, that's the base vector, which is then just rotated around. And that's basically all this does, except we also take t into account. So we need dt, but dt in this case is not the frame time, it's the time between the phase start and... Okay, let's just do this. Phase start at... Started at... and the current time. Yeah, so dt will be time minus started at. Alright, and then we have base angle. So now we need a way to... Now we need to say, okay, how long does it take for them to move one lap? So let's say... what would we call this? Circle time, I guess. Let's say, I don't know, 5 seconds? I don't know, 10 seconds? We'll have to tweak it. But okay, let's say 10 seconds to get the whole, to get the orb move all the way around. So in 10 seconds, it's gonna go from pi or 0 to 2 pi, right? So dt will be it's gonna be dt over circle time. This is the ratio, right? And then we also need to mod this by 10 or circle time. I'm not sure if mod works on floats though. Or if you need... Oh, mod F. Oh yeah, abbreviated. What's up? Yeah, let's just see if it complains. Okay, so then dt goes from 0 to 10, and ratio should be this. And then we say... I mean, I guess we don't really need to mod it here, maybe. But, and then we get the angle should be base angle plus ratio times 2 times pi. Right? And then we just return this. That should be... Oh, there we go. The vector there. I had the history since yesterday in here. Oh, hello Two Step. How's it going? How's it been? Yeah, it's been good. Done a lot of progress. Right now I'm working on the first boss of the game. Currently adding a couple of orbs that's gonna float around in a circle here around the boss. Okay, so this should be the position. We have the total time of the circling around, the time since the phase started, and the current time. So this dt is the delta time of the time since the phase started, and we mod it by circle time. So it goes from 0 to 10. Or 0, yeah. 10 is exclusive there. And then we have a ratio of how far along the circle it is. And then the angle is the base angle plus the ratio times a full circle. That should be, and then we rotate the base vector with that angle. So that should be good. Seems like you've been busy, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying. I really want to continue working. I really want to finish this project. And I feel like I get more motivated as I continue. Yeah, so the reason I've been streaming so much now is because I have like 2 weeks, like last week and this week. This is the last week where I'll be able to stream this much, since I'm on like vacation. So next week I'll be starting at my job again, and so I will be able to stream, but in a different schedule. I'll be streaming in my evenings probably instead. Right now it's morning for me, so it's gonna be a bit different schedule, unfortunately. But I will continue working on the game and stuff, so yeah, this is my vacation schedule. Sorry about that. Did you ever get the chance to check out the systems distributed talk? Oh yeah, so I have it in my tabs. I haven't actually. I got a whole bunch of different links here. Is it the building system simply by Matt Clad, the tiger beetle thing? I haven't actually looked at it. Sorry. Yeah, I have it in one of the tabs here. I'm promise I'm gonna check it out. Maybe just during when I'm doing something else, like in the background or something. But okay, I recommend it just because it inspired me a little. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'll check it out. Let's see. Use of undeclared identifier circle time. Circle time. There we go. All right, so we need to use this function here. Phase one active. Right. So here we need to. We can do it here. So we can rotate the orbs here. So I'll just do orb one body is gonna be get self orb one, and then we just set the position. Base angle. Oh yeah, that's right. We should probably keep this as angles. Which would be this part. I just want to quickly implement this, so because I want to have like when I'm doing this, it's basically a lot of the things I'm doing here is experimentation. I'm thinking, so yeah, that's why there's no graphics. There's a lot of ad hoc stuff or whatever. I mean, that's all over the place in the project anyway, but I've been trying to learn more about formal methods lately. There was another recent system distributed talk that got me interested in that. Formal methods. I'm not sure if I've heard that term before. Could you explain that? Okay, started at is phase. Oh, it's active. Started at, yeah, and then T. All right, and then we'll do this. There we go. All right, so now technically the orbs should be moving around. F64, is this oh, it's a okay. Oh, because this is okay. So let's make this F32, or let's make this F32. Well, or we could just floatcast here, I guess. Like being able to write your algorithm in a way that it can be proven. Oh, do you mean? Oh, okay. So you mean like the proof languages, like COQ. I'm not gonna pronounce it. And what's it called? Yeah, there were some others that I heard about. Yeah. Yeah, when I was learning Haskell, oh, they're rotating around. Okay, it looks a bit weird. There's some sort of precision error here, I think. When I was learning about Haskell, I was like, oh my god, this is like Haskell, except it's even more functional, if that's possible, because of the type system. It's like even more into the weeds of the type system, and yeah, but it's like, okay, what am I actually gonna do with this? I don't know. It was interesting to learn about, but yeah, I think it's mostly for mathematicians that want to, write proofs and prove mathematical statements and stuff like that. I think. I'm not sure how much applicability it has. Like how much could you like use it in actual, like if you want to like write a program or something that just does general things. It feels like it's like a domain language, a domain specific language for mathematical proofs, because that's basically what you're doing. But maybe, I mean, you probably can do whatever you want with it. Okay, so the position is this, but then, okay, so we also need an offset. So we're just gonna add that over there. That's the boss position. Whoops. So we need the boss body, and we need a boss position. There we go. And then we need to figure out how to fix this. jittering. Undeclared. Oh. Well, it is rigorous. Maybe more useful for more complex system. I don't know. I haven't done too much with it yet. I mean, yeah, it sort of you can prove that your program is correct. Basically, is what I'm understand. So you don't. Basically, it's like you can use that instead of you know, unit tests. What I've learned so far is helping me write software more like state machines, and I like that. It helps me to break problems down. All right. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, you can see there's like I think there's like maybe precision errors or something happening here. Now we're not summing stuff, we're just taking the delta time, so I'm not sure what's happening really. Let's see. It could be that this is weird. I mean, what if we just do this? We say it's just t minus started. It should not really be a huge issue. We'll see if that does any difference. No, it's still... So as dt grows larger, there's some weird stuff happening. Yeah, unit test sort of the angle that second talk I came at the subject from. Okay. I've been thinking about overlap between how fuzzing works, hopefully discovering and testing all the states we program can wind up in. About the overlap between that, how proof systems work, doing a similar thing. Yeah. So that's the thing. If you can prove, you know, that's how math, I mean, that's how math works. It's like, if you can prove it, you don't need to test every possibility. You know that, like, well, no is a strong word, but if you can sort of say that, okay, we have a proof here, it's been rigorously, you know, looked at by a couple of people, smart guys, or smart people, that they can prove it right, and so, yeah, then you kind of know it's true. So you don't need any, like, you don't need to test a bunch of different weird, like, scenarios that you made up in your head. There's also, have you looked into property testing as well? Because that's kind of like fuzzing, I guess. But I'm not sure if that is the same thing. But basically, property testing is like, instead of testing a bunch of random scenarios that you came up with in your head, you're gonna generate data in a certain way that will sort of test different properties of your function. And then you kind of know that, okay, it's gonna be random each time as well. And so if those properties are true, then the function is probably correct. But I mean, yeah, it's sort of weird, because that kind of testing works very well for like mathematical functions, But when you have maybe, I don't know, business logic or whatever you want to test, then maybe it makes more sense to test your own scenarios. I don't know. If you're able to prove and implement it perfectly, then it wouldn't need fuzzing. Yes, exactly. So you implement something, and then you write some proofs around it, or you write these. You write a computer program that proves that it's correct, that your implementation is correct, and then you don't need unit testing or fuzzing or whatever. Yeah, because they generate, like, property testing also like generates random data as well. But I think fuzzing is more like it just, I don't know, it's very random. I guess it could it catches maybe things like unforeseen security issues and well, yeah, crashes and stuff, of course. But why is this happening? Hello, Aldi Dev. How's it going? Welcome. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on here. You can't really write property-based tests without knowing how your input set is defined. Yeah. Exactly. You have to, yeah, there you have to keep to the, because the point of property testing is sort of, you know what properties you want to test, and you want to test with the correct types. I mean, technically you could, well, I guess that would be fuzzing if you're writing like just putting random bytes in there. Fuzzing is where you get random bytes, but the fuzzer can instrument your program and choose inputs which exercise more and more of your program. Yeah. Okay, so why is this happening? Is the question. Maybe we should, like, after a full loop or something, we should like reset, start that or something. It feels weird. Why would this be a problem? So at this point, dt and ratio should keep to, you know, the ratio should always be 0 to 1, dt should be 0 to 10. And then angle is based on the base angle plus ratio. So it shouldn't grow, you know, in size. The thing that's happening is, I guess we can log it out now. Wait a minute, I know what the issue is. It doesn't have anything to do with this, I think. Actually. I think it's to do with the physics system, the gravity or something. Yeah, I think it's like the gravity, but I did add no gravity. Okay, you know what we'll do is we will actually just reset. But this is so weird. They are static. They should not be. Okay. I think this is because it's, for some reason, gravity is applied anyway. Okay, there we go. Right, so now we can move into the boss. Okay. And so we can hit these things. Maybe they're moving too fast. Let's do 20 seconds. And let's see. I'm gonna remove this, I think. And instead, I'm gonna have let's see, face stunned. Actually, both stunned and regenerating. I wanna draw. Boss. Yes. I mean, it's just gonna be this. And I want to do that over here as well. So at this point, when the boss is stunned, the boss should be vulnerable. So we will, when we advance to that state or phase, we also add or we remove invincible from the boss. There we go. But then here we add it back. Okay. I'll explain in a second here. Okay, there we go. So now we have something to chase around a little bit. Okay, cool. So these things are whenever they are called capturing. It's basically like automatically grabbing the value out of something that you can use it in certain circumstances. So for example, if you have a for loop, so this is from 0 to 10. 10 is exclusive there as usual for loops. So then you capture I like this. This is basically like, okay, I is gonna be, you know, the classic 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's like capturing for loops. They work they work kind of the same for all these things, but there's some subtle differences. Now you can also loop through, let's say you have a list. Like this. And you can also loop through like this, so you get the item out. So now you get the actual like item out. It's the same as saying, you know, item is equal to this. So this the item corresponds to this now. And then for loops, you can also do this. You can say 0, 0. You can say comma, and then another thing. For example, this 0 point dot dot, which means that you can do this now. So you get both the item and the index, which is very useful sometimes. Like if you have two lists and you wanna have them together. Also, I believe you can do this as well. If you have two lists with the same number of items, I'm not sure if they have to be the same number, but you can do this as well, I believe. Yeah, this is zipping, yeah. So it's sort of built into the language. And it was okay. I'm not sure why it says that. Okay, there we go. There's some weird like comp time stuff happening, so you have to sort of assign it. It thinks that these are comp time stuff. So this is comp time known right now because it's a constant, but and that this is like static. And but I have to assign this type, otherwise these are like comp time ints, and there was some weird issue. So is phase 1 and enum, yeah. So so the switches work like this. So you have, this is a, well, it's a tagged union. So it's kind of like an enum with types attached. It's or data attached here. So phase 1 is either of these. Yeah. And you can use it as an enum as well. So you can check, okay, is it active, is it regenerating, or is it stunned? So you can check that because that's stored in the union, the tagged union. The tag is stored with the data. So we know at runtime which one it is of these. And so you can switch over it to get which type it is. And so for example here we have active, and then you can actually get the type, the data in out with the capture like this, so you don't have to like type. Otherwise you would have to say phase1 dot active instead. But now we kind of know, we know that it's active, and we get the thing out here. So I really like, I'm using the tagged units, I'm using everywhere. I really like it. Because one feature is that, let's say we remove this. Okay, let it compile here. Now it says switch must handle all possibilities. So if you add a case to the enum, you have to implement it, which catches all sorts of, you know, human errors where you forget one place to actually implement something. Yes, I think some types are like ethers, or like this, or like this, right? So it can be either B or C. Yeah. Or I think it's, I forget what the syntax is. I think it's like type either A, B is equal to left A or right B. And so you construct like, you construct it by left, something like this, or you don't have the. Right, and then you can pass them into a function. Either, is it this or this? I forget. No, this is for the type class stuff. And then you do this, I think. I don't know. Okay, this is Haskell, by the way. It's not SIG. I just followed you there a little bit. I was just exercising my memory of Haskell. But yeah, it is kind of like that. It is, yeah, it's like either of these types. So here, for example, for the main phase here is like you can either phase 1 or phase 2. And then this one is either of these types. So tagged unions, yeah. It's like the subtleties of them that makes them really nice. And I do like the capture stuff. It was a bit weird when I started out looking at it, but getting used to it. But it makes sense in its own way, and it you know, when you're used to it, it works pretty well. Okay. Now let's see. So the orbs, they share max life with a boss, but they shouldn't. So they should have their own max health. So let's do orb. Oops. Max health. I don't know why this is public. This doesn't need to be public. Okay, so the max health. I mean, let's just try something there. 10. I think also what I want to do, like when an orb is defeated, the boss. Maybe the boss should take some damage or something. I don't know. Because now it should be. Take longer because you're not hitting the boss. You're not dealing damage to the boss when you're trying to kill these things. Oh, and we crash, of course. Classic outcome after doing something new. Yeah, I think that it should take some damage. Maybe as much as you dealt to the orb, I'm not sure. It feels nice when the boss, you know, the boss bar, health bar goes down by a lot after you've done something. Reached unreachable code. Right, some animation. Okay. So it's because of the orb don't have a death animation, so they basically don't have an animation at all. So I'll just do this. Should destroy is false. I guess we could play the sound. Well, you don't hear it because I haven't enabled it, but whatever. It's just a placeholder thing anyway. Okay, let's see. Maybe you can attach some wires between the orbs and the boss so it makes sense. Boss takes time. Yeah. I'm gonna figure all that out. I'm feeling like right now I'm in like the phase of just experimenting with different gameplay elements for the boss. Oh, they don't disappear. Of course, yeah. So let's see. I should make them disappear when they die. Actually, do we have like an on death or something? No. So we do have like on collision. We can copy this and say on death. This is sort of like a event listener. And you can add some context data, time, entity, the registry, yeah. So then we have some like on death somewhere. On death component. Oh, it's only for animation. Well, let's add it. Over here. When death is added, we will call that function, yes, on death. I mean, we don't really need to pass the game, but whatever. Yeah, placeholders actually do a great job giving the feel for a fight. Yeah, I didn't really think such primitive shapes could work that well. I mean, I didn't either. I actually thought that, like, when I started to make the game, I actually started drawing some stuff because I always felt like it gives you, you know, a little bit of the feel of the game, so you get like inspiration on, okay, what could we add and what could we do with the game and stuff. Now this is my first sort of, I guess you could say, like, serious project. Maybe I'm trying to seriously learn game development, you could say. And so, but then, you know, I started watching videos about game design and, you know, how to sort of, yeah, successfully move forward being a game developer and stuff. And then there was a lot of people saying, like, iterate fast and you know, stuff like that, like learn from mistakes and so on. And so what I was thinking is that, okay, maybe I should just make something quick with just some boxes and stuff, and yeah, just go through it and quickly iterate on the boss fight, so to make the gameplay better and better. So that's what I'm thinking about here, or doing. What do you want to do after seriously learning? Well, I want to be a game dev. And my day job is a web developer, so, which it has been for like 10 years. And but I've always wanted to, like, when I started learn programming, I wanted to make games. But when I got my first job, it was in web development, just to get the foot in, you know, foot in the door, and then it just continued on that path. And I didn't really, you know, I've always been passionate about programming, so I've learned a lot about, you know, different programming languages and stuff like that. But I never actually sat down and tried, you know, to work really hard and really for a long period of time on a project like this. This is the first project that I've ever gone this far on. So I think that has been the main issue before. Like, I started up a whole bunch of projects, but I never sort of, you know, put down the time and really try to work through the problems and get through it. This is like the first project I'm doing that, and you know, streaming helps with motivation as well. I made a couple of videos on YouTube, but recently I was just, you know, trying to focus on the game, and I'm streaming the progress just to be able to focus on the game. But I do like to discuss about programming, so that's why I like streaming as well, and the game. It's also nice to get feedback, like live. It's incredible, actually. So yeah, I mean, I feel really good about this project. It's like a dream come true, trying to make this work, because I had this dream since I was like, not this game, but making games as a dream for like, since I was like a small child. Or like 9 years old or something. On death component, so yeah, okay. So make a view, and we need on death. Thank you. It's really nice to have people also to talk with, and yeah, thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate it. Let's see, on death. So yeah, that's the view, and then we can create a no, we just loop through the entities. Wait, but this is for this specific entity, right? So we don't need a view. We just need to get the we need to try get on death for this entity, right? All right, and then if we get it, we will say, okay, let's just do this. If this we get on death, there we go. And if we get it, we call the function with the stuff. So registry entity. This would be onDeath.data, and then game.t. There we go. So basically, the ECS system has this built-in stuff where if you add a component, you can have an event listener that will get called each time the component is added. So here I'm like, whenever death component is added, it basically means that the component, that the entity is dying or should die immediately. And so when it's added, I have this onDeath component that if the entity that has died has this component, I will call this event listener. So now now you can define any sort of, on any entity you can define like any event listener for death as well. But this one is generic for all entities. But this one is like specific for this one entity here. Yeah, I think when you joined, let's see. Yeah, I can't scroll this window. Sorry. You're new to Gamedev, MSig. Yeah. Well, I'm new to Gamedev. Well, I have been sort of dabbling, you know, on and off for a long time and learning concepts over long times, and you know, it's not like I'm starting all fresh, but I never actually, you know, made a serious like long project. It's always been like, you know, surface level knowledge of everything. Especially for like game design, it's like what I'm struggling with most, I feel. And this project is basically my second Zig project, I would say, or well, if you count the game engine and the game editor, it's like the fourth project or something. But it's done in parallel. But yeah, thank you, Aldedev. Yeah, it was 50 years, so I got rated. I've been rated like what, 3 times now. I got rated 2 times in a row, and then I got like 100 viewers at a time, but they quickly, you know, disappeared. But okay, let's see if we can fix. Well, see if this works here. Where's the boss code? Oops. Okay, what did I do? I added the onDeath, right? So the orbs, when the orbs get created, they have to die, or when they die, they should do something. So we'll add to this orb, we'll add onDeath, and we need a function, so onOrbDeath, and the data should be, I guess the forest boss would be good to have. Boss, yeah, we could do like the boss entity, perhaps. Let's just set it to undefined. I'm not sure what we will do with that. We can get the boss easily because there's only one of that. Okay, so on orb death, Now this one was all these things. So registry, entity, data, we don't need, and time. Did Christoph underscore IT radio yet? Yes, he did yesterday, I believe. I tried to get Spherophoria to raid recently, but decided he didn't want to overwhelm me since he didn't have many viewers. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's like actually the first time it happened, I was kind of flustered and didn't really know what to do. So, but I feel like it wouldn't be that much of a problem. I would just go through what I'm doing and show a little bit, and yeah, just explain what I'm doing here, and yeah, just continue working, I guess. Okay, so when the orb dies, we can get the boss, the forest boss. So this would basically, I mean, we can get a basic view of the forest boss, because there's only one, and then we get the data, and it's this first entry. So that's the, this is the boss entity there. So that's easy enough. And then we could just get the boss health. And deal some damage. And the damage, I guess we can just do all max health to it. Okay, well, we can try that. Another thing is that we will, I'm just gonna do this for visual sake. So I'll add to the entity, I'll add invisibility or invisible. And it's dead, so it shouldn't be hurt anymore. All right, let's see if this works. I wish you luck with streaming. I've enjoyed what I've seen. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, it's been an interesting experience. It's also like I don't have any friends that are interested in programming, and I've always thought about it's interesting to talk about it and share the knowledge, but no one has been interested in it. So this is also like a way to find new people that are sort of interested in talking about it as well. And I've never been too much of like a forum dude or anything like that. Oh yeah, this is unused. So this is like one way of doing that as well. Okay. What happened there? Reach unreachable code on construct connect bound. Is it because there's no game component yet, or I mean on like death component, or we should definitely have registry, yeah. And here we are doing like on construct stuff as well. Is it big? Can you only have one, or? Oh. Wait, to the same sync? So I'm guessing this is like shared then. Okay. So, but we don't really need game here, so we can just, I don't know. Can you pass undefined? Or does it need the type? Okay. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter what we put in here. Let's just put the registry, I guess. Can you do this? Yes. The Zig Discord I have posted sometimes. The stream. Oh, we do need game though. Why? Okay. Okay, maybe I should restructure this a little bit then. What are we using game for in here? Or no? We also need T here, okay. Well, let's just do this. Let's not do this. And make this public. And then we'll go here and we'll just call this function from here. So we'll just say I'll just do this for now. Oops. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't post like every stream because I feel like I'm spamming. But wait, am my controller dying here? Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, it's a little bit more challenging now. Also, I think the orbs should probably damage on touch. Oops. Yeah, they are. Okay. Huh. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Wait. No gravity. Okay, I think no gravity is. Okay, that was funny. The things just float, fly up there. Okay, I think we don't actually add any of these since the thing is static, so I think no gravity is actually kind of a hack. It's sort of it's since everything is added the gravity to the acceleration at the start of each frame. What no gravity does is just that it subtracts gravity. But since it's a static thing, a static body, it doesn't add gravity, so it only subtracts gravity. I think that was the issue. And then of course the acceleration probably also accumulates because every frame it's okay. I think that was the issue. I'm also gonna I'm gonna try this now. Also, when the orbs die, they should remove the little box that they have. I thought the invisible would do that, but it didn't. So it's gonna be this thing. Yeah. No, we remove that. Right. And yeah. You can create a content role and tag those interested in each stream that way on Discord. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll look into that. What does Hollow Knight do? Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, the double jump really helps. I'm not sure. I don't think you have double jump at this point actually. So I should probably like disable that. What does Hollow Knight do that when you hit enemies while in the air, it feels like you're hanging in the air for longer? I think so. I played it like a couple of days ago just to get, you know, I wanted to improve the feel of the jumps and stuff. And that's also something that I notice. Yeah, the double jump is making things a lot easier. Okay, and then it goes over here, and then this one. Okay, and now the orbs should, the orbs. Oh wait, now he's stunned. So I go back, hit him a couple of times, and now the orb should respawn. Okay. What do we do with that? I guess we can make a function, orb respawn. What's nice about this ECS system also is the only thing you need. You pass around this register and basically have access to everything. I mean, you probably could do that anyway, but I don't know. It's just a nice thing. Okay, so we'll remove the death component, and we grab the health, and we set this back to max, and we need to add this again. Do we need to do anything else? I don't think so. Okay. So where's the advanced phase? So when we go back from, when we're here, we wanna orb respawn. I think. Do you have down attacks? No, but so I'm not sure if I'm gonna add that. Like I don't know. Sometimes it feels like it would be nice to have, you know, up and down attacks. But I'm not sure. I am also thinking about like adding another mechanic to the game, which is a little bit more, you know, unique. Like right now, it's just, you know, the standard attack, melee attack Metroidvania here. Well, yeah, it should also be like invincible when you're pushed, I think. Wait. Okay, that's a bug. Huh. Okay. You were double jumping over the green boxes, so that's why I thought about downloading. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would really help if you have down attack. Like if they work as in a Hollow Knight, where you get like a little boost up, that would really help in this fight, I guess. How would you guys call a test where you check against some known good implementation? Is that called Oracle based or something? Check against some known good implementation. Oh, so you mean you're sort of writing your own version of something that already exists, and then, or do you mean just testing against something that already exists? Or I don't know. I've it's the question about like integration testing. If you have something that you need to test against, or if you have like you have a whole string of things that happen, so you want to test that. Okay, when I do this, we should get this outcome out there. That's integration testing, but I'm not sure if that's what you meant. Okay. I'm using now writing to see if my ring buffer matches standard array list. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what that's called. Okay, so somehow when the first phase, no, yeah, so it went to the, it wasn't an active phase. Then when that's done, we go into the regenerating phase. All the orbs are dead. You're able to push this boulder onto the boss, and once that is done, we go in here and the boss is now stunned, and you can damage the boss for a little bit. And at some point, the boss is stunned, or is no longer stunned. Right, so we go back to phase 1 and respawn the orbs. It felt like almost that the orbs were instantly killed or something like that. Okay, maybe we'll do this. Maybe we will get this. We'll get this. And we'll say, we'll change the color to gray. Right. And then here back to orange. So we can see them still alive. And then I also want to add a little UI. So I want to see, okay. Where's update? So here, I want to go through all the orbs and show their health in like a UI thing. So we will do this. Sure. This is orb 1 health. Let's see, rectangle lines. Right, so this would be, let's do orb. ABB. We add a vector like upwards. Actually, yeah. Which will be, okay, let's get orb 1 body. So orb 1 body. I guess it's called conformance testing. Ah, okay. ABB, we add the top, wait, top. No. The size. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll take the height and add it there. And then it's gonna be negative. So we move it up. And then we scale it, I believe. No, that doesn't work. Or does it? Yes, it does. Okay. We scale it by like, I don't know, 1.2. Red. Okay. But then we say we also scale it by the health ratio. So orb 1 health ratio. Actually, orb 1 health ratio is health over max. Okay. So now we should get a little health bar above each orb, I think. I need to cast this here. Or not. Oh, it's okay. It's shown as like a. Maybe I should add. I could. Oops. Wait, scale. X. No, wait, we'll do, okay. Size, wait. Size times this and 1. There we go. And then the other way around. There we go. This is so convoluted. I'll just do like orb health bar size. So let's do like 48 or 40 and 8 or something. I don't know. Or 4, 5. Sure, why not? Okay, we start from the center, we go up by the size, half size, plus a little bit more, I guess. And then the size will be bar size. And then we scale X come on. There's a lot just to draw this here, but okay, orb 1 bar AVB scale X by the ratio. Okay, I mean we could also change the size. Well, I guess. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, these ones are like youth. Okay. Yeah. Actually, no. This is such a common thing. I'm just gonna say. Ratio, and we'll get a 32 out of it. So yeah, we'll just return self health as f32 float from int over as f32 float from int max health. There. Okay, let's try that. I think it's nice to add this sort of debug stuff because it really it enables you to more quickly do these things. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see now. Oh shit. Okay, so they don't go gray, they just disappear. They should not disappear. Should destroy set to false? Okay, let's remove the sound. I'm not sure if that messes things up. My logic might be flawed in that, in the handling of that. So yeah. No? We get the death system or death settings. If should destroy should destroy is, I recently changed this, so there might be some issues here. So yeah, this is from the death settings, should destroy. If we have death settings, which we should have, then we also look at should destroy, otherwise it defaults to true. And then this is this and this. So since this is set to false, then it shouldn't destroy the entity. So I mean, we do have a lot of logic around death components, so it might be something with that as well. Animations, no. I mean, I know we get in here because the boss is gets health gone. Why does it disappear? Do we just set the color to gray? Yeah, okay. I am confused. Let me just check here a little bit. What's this one? It's just a notification, okay. Monster. Well, it doesn't. It's not a monster, so. So I'm guessing that the entity is actually getting destroyed, which is very strange. Yeah, so the health system, get the death settings, we just use it to get, yeah, it's a try get, so we don't even do anything with it. We just get the death duration. Then we add the death component here. But then this is the only place where we actually destroy. Well, I guess not. But it has to have destroy on touch, which it doesn't. Damage on touch. Okay. let us go over here. Component. That component added to entity. Try get this. Where does your microphone stand compared to a keyboard? It's very close. It's like almost yeah, it's looming over the keyboard basically. Is the keyboard too loud? That settings. Maybe I should talk a bit louder. I don't know. It's not too loud. It's kind of loud. I think it's. I can try and move this a bit away, maybe. Is it better now? It felt like they were close. Yeah. You can record the footage and listen to it yourself. Oh yeah. So I've been at the start I listened to it, but I felt like it was fine. But I've gotten feedback on the people actually liking the keyboard sound, so I kind of just kept it like this. It's a little bit loud, but it's like it's maybe on the limit. What you call it? Cusp of being too loud, maybe. That component added to this, and then I want to get should destroy is death settings. No, it's if we have death settings. Let's try that. I'm also gonna, make it a little bit easier on myself here to just reduce the damage, or the damage required to kill these orbs. Where is that? Orb health. Yeah. One. All right. Okay, so now we should get some logs. That component added. Yeah, they are false. And this is the projectile here. So these are false. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Destroy. What is this? Spawners. Well, we don't really have this right in this case. But it's interesting, here we're using red destroy immediately. We should use utils destroy instead. So we get some more control over it. Okay. What are these entities to destroy? Wait, where is this? Oh, we're duplicating. Oh, we're destroying everything in the view? Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, this is a different system. I'm not gonna go explain that right now. Okay. I don't know why this is happening, but now if we go through here, I can just also here destroy entity like this to see if it's actually destroyed or what is happening, because I don't understand what is going on. So I have to log these things. Man, it was going so well, and now we get some weird roadblock here. Alright. Alright. Why did I die so quick? Anyway. Destroy entity. So we're not actually destroying those entities, it looks like. Which one is actually destroyed? Oh man. Okay, let's try it without. Okay. So it should just be one. Okay, that isn't even called, so what is happening? It could be, let's see, the draw system. And that's drawing everything that should be drawn. So that's shouldn't be the issue. Okay, we can also do this. We can say we have the hitbox for the orb, so we can draw, make us this. We can do this thing. Or one. Oops. Let's do like, I don't know, blue or something. Just to see, because the health disappears as well, which is really... Oh yeah, it disappears because it has 0 health, that's right. Well, okay. So the body apparently disappears. This is very strange. What? And we're not adding invisibility, or yeah. And this draw list is basic. It's based on. It's not based on entities. It's just a list that you add rectangles to, or text. So the only guess I have is that the size is 0. I guess we can check it. That would be very strange. No? I mean, I guess it's enough that one of them is 0, I guess. What the... Okay. Is there a way to check if an entity is valid? Yeah, valid. If it's not valid, whoops. Oh no. Wait, how do I undo this? How do I go back? Undo, suspend. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what? Okay, yeah. So it's not valid. This is orb 1, orb 2, orb 3. Well, it would crash if it's not valid if you're trying to use it, I think. So yeah, okay, so it is valid. Yeah, this is like a mystery to me. Like, what is actually happening? Let's log this, the size here. I believe this thing has a format, yeah. So we can actually just say ABB here, and then 2 and 3. Okay. So, okay. It's none. Wait, is it because it's like knockbacked or something? Oh my god. But it's not a monster, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, what if we do this then? We set them to be... Where is that? Init orb. Not static. But then we add no gravity and no air drag. We add these back. All right, let's see now. Because that's something that happens. Like if a body has infinite mass, then it just flies away. If it has any sort of velocity, we could also just reset the velocity, I guess. Well, we'll see. Why is this happening now? Wait, I'm pretty sure it never had it. No air drag. Wait, what? Are you looking forward to dreading 0.15? Lots of breaking changes to the standard anyway. I used to them in the build system. I have actually not looked any at the 0.15. The only thing I know is that they're working on ASIC await, but I'm not sure if that's 0.15 or if it's like in the future. Well, one thing that I do know is that they will change the array list, the default sort of array list type, which I welcome because I'm using the unmanaged one anyway. It's just a lot easier to initialize things. No async, hopefully soon, but not 0.15. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I just have to, you know, drudge through it. Otherwise, if it's too much, I might just keep 0.14. I don't know. I kind of feel like I want to keep up with the versions because if I'm using like an old version, it might not be that interesting to you know, follow along. Mostly standard I/O is changing. Okay. Yeah, well, that's good news because I barely use it, so like the only thing I'm using is just file system. No, I don't think I use I/O any, like no more reader writer any type. They are interface type now. Oh, I see. Okay, that's gonna be interesting because I actually use them, like, you know, reading JSON files and doing a bunch of those things. Okay, that will be interesting. I like that change though. And yeah. Okay, so apparently it already has AirDrag. Like, I don't understand this. I do not understand. Orb 1, Orb 2, Orb 3, right? They are 3 different entities. And then we assure, we add it, and it apparently already exists for some reason. Am I adding it anywhere else? No. Okay, this is very strange. Lots of stuff getting deleted, like standard FIFO, ring buffer, and standard bounded array. Oh, okay. And more. Those two I remember right now. I have used them in project. Yeah, I've used bounded array a couple of times. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. You can just replace it with something else, but ring buffer, standard FIFO. I've never used this either. So this one, bounded array, is it's like a heap or a stack-based array list, basically. So you don't need an allocator, but you can still perform like array list things on it. For bound array, you can sometimes replace it with array list init fixed. Is that the new thing? Buffer. Init buffer I can do. I think init buffer, maybe they rename it to fixed in the new version. It can't be passed around by copy, right? Writer.fixed is new, but pretty sure init fixed is in 0.14. Oh yeah, init buffer, yeah. Standard IO writer fix. Oh yeah, one thing that I actually do use is maybe yeah, I'm using fixed buffer stream for some of the JSON stuff. But I'm pretty sure I don't really need to. But yeah. Anyway, why is this not working? Okay, fixed buffer stream will become writer.fixed. Okay, cool. Yeah, because it was kind of hard to find. Like, you would think that's one of the main ways of creating a stream. Just having, like, passing a slice or whatever in. Okay, so no air drag. Why is this happening? What the hell? It's also interesting because we are calling like the spawn system through this as well. We're spawning the boss, right? So the okay, yeah. So this is the initial level load. So we're spawning the boss. In the process of spawning the boss, we're initializing the orbs. For some reason that I don't understand, we have no air drag on it already. No air drag, no air drag, no friction, no friction, no gravity, no gravity. It's not like it's the same component, although they are very similar, but they are different types. And I have added these things before with no issues, so yeah, just very strange. I mean, there's probably something that I'm missing here, but I can't find it. Okay, so now it's something else. I guess no friction. All right. This is the Zig ECS library, and you can add components to the entities, and the components can be anything, any type at all. So it's taking sort of the type that you put in, and it's using that as a way to have storage, or have, it's like a unique identifier for that component. So I'm trying to add this no friction type or component, Oh wait, what the hell am I doing? Oh, I see. I'm trying to add the type and not the thing. Okay. Okay, my bad. I need to instantiate them. I was trying to add the type. Okay, that's why it didn't work. Wow. Okay. That's interesting that you can add a type and it sort of works. I was trying to add the instances, not the type there. Okay, there we go. Okay. Well, okay, now it works. It looks like. Oops. Oh yeah, it crashes because we died. Okay, so now it works. Great. Okay, so another thing is that when the orb dies, or when the last orb dies, if there are no orbs left, then we need to trigger we need to go to the next phase. So we can grab the forest boss and we'll check the phase. If the phase is 1, we'll switch on that. And if the phase 1 is active, then we go to the next phase. Otherwise we don't do anything. Okay, and we only do this if we don't have any orbs left. So is orb 1 dead? Well, if death component and orb 2 and orb 3, then we do this. It's weird that you can add instances, not types. Seems like comp time check missing there. So yeah, so I mean, I guess they accept anything in here. I guess, you know, it wasn't really a problem. I just missed that I needed to instantiate. It makes sense because the thing is, you instantiate it, you might want to give it some special data. I mean, we have enabled here, but for something else, like here, for example, we have draw rectangle. We want to set the color as well. So yeah, if you just pass the type, I guess that means that it's like a, well, I'm not sure if it's meant to be used that way or if it's just a bug, or I mean if it's just like, you know, an oversight, or it's just like, okay, no one actually uses it that way. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Or if it's, or maybe it has some use. I'm not sure. Force boss 225. Use of undeclared of T. Oh yeah, we do have T here. There we go. T for time. T time. Okay, there we go. Now we go to the next phase. And he's stunned. We attack a couple of times. It goes back. Okay. So then we rinse and repeat. There we go. All right. Let's see. Yeah, and now we can, yeah, the orb health, we can go back to 10. What I want to do is I want to disable, like, advancing to the next state. Where is it? Here. Like, advancing, like, it shouldn't be health based now, it should be orb based. So I'm gonna disable this part. Okay. What ECS is this? This is, let's see, I think I can, I'll just test this here a little bit. I'll show you after I test here. Oops. Okay. Let's see, SIG ECS. I believe it's this one. Let me show you here. Zig ECS. It's a Zig port of the fantastic entity. It's a highly templated C++ code which, depending on your opinion, is either a good thing or setting itself in code form. Zig doesn't have the same concept as C++ templates, so the template code is changed over to use Zig's generics in the compile time metaprogramming. Yeah, so basically your components are just types, or well, yeah, they are just, you know, random structs that you can define like this, and then you create your registry which contains all of the things, and you can use the registry to create entities, and then you can add components like this to the entities, and it works really well. Okay, I'm not sure if you saw that. Here's how you add a component there to an entity. And then you can create views to look for all entities that has these components, both of these components. And you can iterate through that to get all those entities. And then you can get those components using the view, or you can also use the registry as well. And then there's also these things called groups, which I don't employ, but I think this group is to optimize the sort of locality, or I think it's I think what it does it's take these two types and puts them together in memory. So it's like it puts them very close together so that when looping through, if you want to loop, it's like for optimization and caching for the CPU, I think. So if you want to loop through and use both position and velocity in the same sort of loop, then it's like a way to optimize that, I believe. And you do this sort of physical update. Now I'm not using this, I'm actually using my own sort of system for updating the physics. But yeah, this is like, I guess, yeah, an easy way to store all the things you need. Groups may be used when components interact. So groups are basically like groups mean that you can only use groups on these types once. You can't have another group that has like velocity and something else. You can, this is like unique here. So I believe that is correct. What I said there is like you create this group that just tells the register, or yeah, that tells ECS that these two should be put together, so that when you loop through them, they are together in memory. Yes, I have made my. I did write my own physics system. That was basically the first thing I did when I followed like a video series on YouTube, and I just made. I didn't follow it 1-to-1. I stopped in the middle of it or something, but I did enough to create this physics engine. But that was in C#. But I did sort of the equivalent in Zig, using Zig vectors, which is nice because then you get the vectorization and stuff as well. So it's I would probably, well, it works for what it is. It's not, I mean, I've benchmarked it against other stuff, and it feels like there's some more optimization that we can do, like maybe like, you know, multi-threading, since it's an update. The physics step is like I mean, it's deterministic or whatever, so it's a pure function. So you basically can if you have a lot of entities, you can utilize multi-threading, but I'm not doing that right now because it's I don't really need it. But it can simulate like, I think like a couple of 100,000, if I'm not mistaken, entities without tanking the FPS. Which is not really that much though, because I've seen other engines being able to simulate like millions of entities or positions and update them. But yeah, as I said, multi-threading will boost that, but I don't really need it for this game, so I'm not gonna bother with it. Like 100,000 is way more than I need. Yeah, Zig has a very nice SIMD. I mean, I haven't really, analyzed the results or anything like that, but it works, and it's way faster, like using vectors than using, normal, I guess, arrays and stuff. So I can show you here. Let's see. Where's the physics stuff? Yeah, here's the physics system. So the way it works is I have, let's see. Well, I have toyed around with different algorithms, so it's kind of messy in here with like several different types of stuff happening. Right now I'm using like a quad tree to check for collisions, but the actual like physics simulation is happening like this. Here's the body container. This is where the data is stored for the physics data. Come on. Yeah, so basically I have a bunch of arrays that store each component here. So position X, Y, X, Y. They are stored in like a vector array. I'm not sure, maybe it's better to store them. No. The thing is, we're doing like a vectorized add. Yeah. So each dimension, like position X is, let's see. Also, I'm using my own sort of homemade vector array list, which basically is like, it's an array of vectors that kind of grows, because vectors has to have a comp_time known length. So the way this works is I have this vector which is, you know, a predetermined number of vector elements. Yeah, the multi-array list is similar, yeah. But this is very specialized to this purpose here. So we have a number of vector elements. This has to be comp time known because vectors in Zig has to be comp time length. And the way I'm doing it is basically I keep around a list of these vectors that are, you know, adjacent to each other. But I guess they don't have to be. But at some point, if I want to insert more, you know, more elements that is in one vector, I have to create a new vector. So now I have two vectors, and so on. So it's basically a way to have vectors and to like a dynamic, I guess, dynamically sized vector, I guess. So if we, let's say we add, where is it? Wait, where do we add? Oh no, yeah, so we're setting the thing here. You have vector index and then element vector. So which like page or vector you want to access, and then which element of it, and then you set the value. Okay, yeah. So maybe that should be like inline or something. Yeah, so here's an example of using it. So here we're zeroing the body, so we're basically setting everything to 0. Here we're setting, yeah, never mind. Yeah, get position. Yeah, here's like update position. So here's the function that actually gets called to update the positions. Vector array list. So vector array list is, it starts out with one vector here. So we have a list of these vectors. This vector is a vector with vector elements f32s. What is vector elements? Well, vector, I'm sort of doing a calculation here. Vector size 248, and then we're looking at, so I basically want 2048. Wait, no, this is the size in memory. That's right. This is the bits, the bit size. Yeah. So each vector array is 2048 bits. So if we say, so how much is that? 1034 is time over 2. 512 over 4, 256, I believe 8 times, so it's 256 bytes. That's not a lot, I guess. Wait, is that it? Yeah, I think so. And this is 8 times 64, 8 times 8, 2 to the 3, 6, 9, 12. I don't know. Or 11, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why I did it like this. It was just to ensure that the size of the array was something that I could control here. Okay, so it's 256 bytes, and we calculate the number of elements from that by calculating how big is an F32, which I believe is just 32. I mean, it says in the name here. 32 bits. Right, so we get, what do we get then? $64 elements. Okay, there we go. This is 64. So we have a list of vectors that are 64 in elements. So anytime you add more than 64 things, you need to extend this array with another vector. And so on. That's the idea. It's like a dynamically growing vector array. And I did benchmark with a bunch of different sizes of the vector array. So it is, I kind of honed into this size. I'm not sure if it's like the optimal, but it is honed in. A segmented list. Is this the rope? Yeah, not guaranteed to be contiguous. So this is not the same thing because this array is just a normal array list, so they are contiguous in memory. But it's almost the same thing. It's just an array list of arrays, you know. It's an array list of vectors. So, where was the update positions? Yeah. So here's the update positions. And we take the array lists. Here we're just, yeah, adding one list to the other. So it's basically, I'm using this fancy, you know, integrate stuff. Also, I'm splatting here, which feels like it takes up computing time, but yeah, because we have DT, so we need to scale by that. We're scaling. We're taking two arrays and adding them basically, or we're adding B to A. And here's the vectorization. So this is vectorized over those 256 elements. Yeah, I don't know how much the splat costs, but I mean it's necessary to, because we need to populate something with this, because this is like, it changes each frame unless we keep it the same. I mean, I guess you could do that. I guess you could maybe ensure that it's always the same, then you don't have to splat. One thing is though, I actually realized I could improve this by splatting only once, because DT won't change over the entire thing. Although this one we're sort of passing, I mean we're doing it a whole bunch of times, and this is happening like 8 or something times each frame as well. So technically we could keep a splatted out DT vector instead. Like, yeah, that makes way more sense. 256 might be too many floats. There is CMD suggest vector size you might use. Oh. Is that in? Oh, what's this? I've actually never seen this. Maybe I should have looked at this. Suggest this. Okay. Suggest a target dependent vector length for a given type or no scalars are recommended. Okay, this is really nice. So I could look at this if I'm gonna optimize the engine. Like right now it's fine. It runs fine for what I'm using it for. But it's nice to know that we could really, you know, improve on it, because I was wondering how I would be able to simulate like millions. It's very interesting because I was watching the video of someone who made in C++. They made a very, very simple update, like a physics update thing. It was only, yeah, it was the same thing. It was like acceleration and velocity, and position. But somehow they just made they made like a brute force as well. It was like a brute force collision detection, but somehow they could simulate like a lot of bodies. So I wasn't sure on what kind of optimizations was going on under the hood for that, but using a brute force, it felt like it should have not been able to simulate that many with that FPS. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to test it for myself, or maybe they have like a supercomputer or something. Okay. Anyway, so that was a little bit about the physics system. This is also this like thing is available on GitHub as well. It's the ZGE. If you want to check it out, that is. Where's my GitHub? So it's basically just put there for educational purposes. Or for anyone that wants to check it out. It does force you to use Zig ECS, but if you want to use it, but yeah, I'm planning on probably taking that away, because I want to experiment also with not using Zig ECS. Yeah, I mean, yeah, SIMD can be super fast if you know what you're doing. Yeah, so it did improve a lot. It did improve the physics simulation a lot already, what I did here. So but it's nice to know that there are a lot of more things that you can do. Not that I know what I'm doing, but I do know you have to be careful with it. Yeah, that's what I feel about everything. No, but whoops. This is kind of starting to get a little bit difficult here, which I guess is good because it's a boss. So, whoops. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna have double jump for this boss, so I'm gonna disable that. I'm gonna disable the double jump. Because it makes things a lot easier, and I have to balance it without having it. Has double jump. So I don't think I have actually that here. Let's see, double jump. Well, I just add has double jump. guess I can enable the sound so you can hear it. I'm not sure if it comes through. And also, these are not the final. I'm not sure. This is probably not gonna be the final sound of the game. But at least it's something there. Okay, yeah. Now I can't jump, double jump. Something's happening with my controller. It's maybe the battery is getting low. Okay, well it's. Oh, you can't hear me? It's too loud over the. Maybe I'll lower it a little bit. There we go. Maybe like this. Okay, well it's way more fun to try and hit these things while dodging everything else right now, at least. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a huge improvement, that right there, from what we had before there. Oh. Now the only thing, it's like, we have the flying phase, like phase 2, but then we also have, I mean, maybe the phase 2 doesn't actually, maybe we don't need it. Maybe this is enough. This part is the one that I wanna improve on. Okay, and then there. Sword should damage. Wait, the sword should damage orbs too, or whatever the pink box is called. Oh, you mean the projectile, the thing it shoots out. This one. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it makes it too easy. The idea is that you use the shield to block if it goes. It can go in three different things. So it goes to the middle, then you stand up. It goes down, then you have to duck to block it, like that. Or if it goes on the top. So it's basically you have to keep in mind you have to time that basically. Maybe it's too predictable actually. I think if you can hit it with a sword, maybe it's like too easy. I don't know. I just feel like this should be something that you have to dodge. But yeah, the gameplay is definitely a million times more fun. Because it feels like you have to sort of move around, you have to get your shot in. Maybe the monsters also we can lower the health on those. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna tweak a little bit here. So I think the stun hits are too. You need more of those because that's your reward basically for completing the phase or completing the thing. I think we'll double the amount of hits you will do, and then maybe the damage scale goes up. Because that's gonna be, I think that's gonna be like 2 cycles. Yeah, it's a good suggestion, 2-step. I actually thought about that before. I might try it to see. It just feels it feels like if we do it that way, it might be too much of like a one-trick fight where you just use your sword for everything basically. Oops. Oh man. More visual clue to see where the player was damaged. Oh yeah. So there is like a little sound, and you feel it when you play because you get stunned a little bit. But yeah, the player. I should add like, you know, there are invincibility frames, so I should probably add a flashing or something. I'm not sure. Like flashing doesn't show up that well on videos though, but I don't know. Oops. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll cheat. I have to legitimately beat the boss though. Although the more I play, the more I will lose sort of the first time touch, I guess. That's why you need testers though. Oh, this is kind of fun. Oh, what happened? Whoa, what happened now? Am I still online? Everything froze. I'm gonna check my memory footprint is very high. What is happening here? Also, something is... What is happening? Oh, the WSL. Okay, so something weird is happening to my Linux system. Holy shit. It just crashed. That was strange. Okay. Whoops. This is the wrong place. Hang on. Yeah, there's a lot of graphical work left to be done. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it myself. I've made all the graphics myself up until now, but I feel like making the environment has been more fun than making the characters, because I feel like the characters and monsters have been like, I feel like for me it's pretty hard task. I'm not 100% sure about the spawns. It feels something needs to change with them. I mean, definitely the projectile needs to be in front of them so that you can see it better. Alright, now we'll see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that feels way better. Like having a long stun time, being able to mash the boss, just feeling the health bar go down a lot quicker. That's really nice. Yeah, I think I want to tweak the spawns a little bit. And then the whole puzzle element is, you know, it's too easy. It has to be more difficult, more challenging. Also, I have no idea what happened with why it crashed before. Like, it just in the middle of running, the memory usage went up, the CPU usage went up, and it was something in the Linux system here. I'm using WSL, and so, but then the NeoVim process just crashed, and I guess the sub processes also crashed. Oops. This is just LSP. Maybe it was the LSP that went bananas. I don't know. All right. Okay. So yeah. Yeah. But definitely a huge improvement, man. I didn't realize how much work went into just one boss to make it feel nice to play against. I mean, most of the time is basically spent on trying to implement it, I guess. So this is what I mean also, the more tools that I can add to the tool belt here to actually more quickly figure out more quickly, like, implement iterations. Yeah, the more quickly you can create the boss, a good boss, and try different things. So just the fact that these things here, the draw list was a really nice addition, because we can add any type of rectangle anywhere and it will just draw it. So that's awesome. I need to, I'll just remove these logs here. I'm not sure about the spawns. I don't really know what to do with those. Yeah, also the spawns, we actually do have graphics for those. So what we could do is we can just, you know, remove the box that's hiding the graphics so we can see them. Now where is that? Pink? Is it these ones? No, that's the projectile. Oh, I think I added it. I just added it here maybe. Yeah. I feel more compelled to actually defeat them now as well when I can see them. But I know that it doesn't really do much. Oh. What hit me there? Okay, let's actually try adding some flashing just to see if we can do that. So we have invincibility duration. I think what we'll do is we'll add that. How would we flash though? We're just adding invincible. Is invincible. If we are invincible, I guess we can just do this. If we are invincible, I'm just gonna do this. This is probably like, yeah, I don't know. No, if we have it, we remove it. That's right. There we go. So every frame, and this is not like a fixed update frame either. This is like, you know, as soon as. So I'm not sure, this will probably not show up that well. Oh my god. This guy's flashing. I'm not sure if you can see that. Okay, well, I can see it at least. Oh no, I disappeared. Okay. Well, that feels... not the way to go. Like, I'm not sure, actually. Maybe we'll do it in the draw step instead. Also, invincibility, the actual component could have like, should we draw or not? So the thing is here, this draw will look at invisible. And so if we do it here, invincibility flash view. So we want to get things that has or that have invincible, and then we will loop through those. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it flashing. It's just that I think I want to have it more like not happen every frame like that. It's probably gonna happen more like a fixed, like I don't have fixed update, fixed, like I don't have a fixed update function that happens like, you know, whatever it will be, like every, like 60 FPS, for example. I don't have that. I have the frame function, the game loop function. It's called every, as soon as it can, basically. So we don't have like a locked FPS function, which is why it looks weird. But I'm gonna have to implement that. And I think I'm going to use that for the flashing instead, because I do like the flashing. Or we could also maybe have some other visual representation of it as well. But this is very simple, you know, a very simple implementation. Yeah, non-fixed frame rate, yeah. So I do want to have both a non-fixed and a fixed update function, because the non-fixed is good for things like the game input, and then the fixed update is good for drawing, like syncing to the whatever frame rate the monitor has, I guess. Okay, so we'll look at the data. We will see, okay, well, we know that it has invisibility, so we don't need to check that. However, I'm gonna add another thing here. I'm gonna say flashing is, I'm gonna default it to false. But the issue is now that how would we know which one to pick from here? I guess we could have like invincibility settings. Then I guess we don't really need flashing. So you would add this to the entity. Let's just remove this. Right, and then over at draw, we would say, well, we need settings. We need invincible, and then we do settings is try get settings. If we have settings, and if flashing is true, this is very very but then how do we, let's say invincible gets removed. Yeah, I guess we can have a event listener for that. Another issue is that what if we added invisible from something else? Yeah, I'm just making this way too complicated, it feels like, than it should be. It should just be the player as well. We already have players, so this is the player. Yeah, so then we say if player if has invincible, remove if exists invisible player. Yeah, let's just do that. All right, let's see. Yeah, that works. All right. See if we can get to the next phase. Oh. You have to pay attention. Oops. There should be some telegraphing also, like right before the... I mean, the projectile gets... it spawns at a constant rate. So you kind of have the... Man. I have to wait until it's... There we go. And now it's done, so bam, 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 bam. Should also be like when you destroy, like when you get the actual animations, when you destroy an orb or whatever it's gonna be, the... I feel like the hitbox on those ground spawns are maybe too large. When you destroy an orb, the main sort of boss body should, you know, it should show that it's like, oh, it's damaged. I'm not sure if there should be some sort of healing going on, maybe. For the player, I mean. No. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely more fun with the orbs and stuff. I don't know, I kind of like the spawns. Maybe I'll lower the hitbox on them a little bit. You kind of have to manage the number of spawns and stuff while doing the thing. Maybe the puzzle element doesn't need more though. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe one thing that we could do is change sort of that there's more like platforming going on here. So you have to sort of jump and get to this in a like maybe a more difficult platforming section. So you go up, you get to this. Oops. So here's the door. You have to go through it, And then maybe you have to sort of jump there. I don't know, it doesn't feel very difficult though. But you jump up there. Dun dun. And it's like, okay, the risk is that, okay, what if you fall down, you get all the way down here, so you have to restart. All the while, the boss is regenerating, so that's why I'm thinking like, okay, maybe we need more difficulty here. Something like this, maybe. We're gonna see. I'll move you up there. Maybe that's also what you start with, like the boss. Maybe you start at the regenerating phase. So the door is closed. You have to jump up here, move the boulder down. This stuns it, but now you don't see it. So maybe we should zoom out with the camera. We could also have the boss go up a little. We can move everything up. I don't know, man. Okay, I think one thing that I will add right now is some sort of telegraph for the projectile. So let's do that. Let's see. So we do have the shooting shoots at. That's right. Shoots at. Let's add. Well, what we could do is we can add some convenience function here. So should shoot. Which, yeah, we need self, phase 1 active. Right. And then we also have should telegraph shoot. And so this could be, well, we just add telegraph shoot time. So how long before? Like 1 second? Half a second? So this would be negative telegraph shoot time, I think. no, plus. This should be negative. Okay. So active should shoot. Do we shoot? If should telegraph shoot. We draw the thing, so we wanna draw something like this. But then we have to know where it's gonna spawn. So I'm gonna say that, well, we have these spawn points. I'm gonna move these. Well, okay. It should be like offsets. This is sort of like the offsets here. I'm gonna copy that, or maybe, no, yeah. We're gonna copy this, put it up at the face struct. So we have the data readily available here. So this should be the shoot points, spawn points. And we'll say center X, so that will be 0. And then we have bottom. So this would be like the bottom. Now this is like local to the boss here, so we have to turn this into world coordinates later, but it's gonna be relative to the boss. So, and then we have these should be the same. Okay, those are the spawn points, and then we should have like next shoot spawn point. I guess this could be a vector. Well, actually, I guess this could be determined straight away. So get next. And we do need boss position then. Or it could be determined. No, this, yeah, this is going to be relative then. Yeah. So we'll do get next shoot spawn point. Shoot spawn points. I wish this was a built-in function, like element right? Why is this not a thing? You can get the index, enum values. No. All right. All right. So this is gonna be projectile size. Where is this? Why not using standard the random stud random? Well, it's just that I don't have to create an instance. Yeah, haven't used standard crypto random before. Yeah, it's just so there already exists like an instance that you can use, so you don't have to create it. That's the only reason I'm using it. Yeah. Okay. Get prototype box. This is gonna be. I'm just gonna say scale here. And where were we? Didn't know about that. Yeah, I didn't either. It's sort of these nice things that are sort of hidden away, but yeah, it is a very nice thing. I'm not sure about the actual implementation of it, but you know, it seems to work fine for what it is. I'm not sure if it's like using operating system based stuff or what it's actually using, but maybe it's bad actually to use that. Maybe it's better to use something that is like if the randomness is critical, it's probably better to use something that is you know, the same across different units or different devices. But if you just want something to work, then it's really nice. Yeah, and then we add the spawn points. So this would be next spawn points. There we go. Let's make it. Well, I guess red is fine. Okay. And this should be a bull, and this should be a bull. All right. Cool. I need to make some food here soon. Maybe I'll just order something. Okay, so you can see it's getting spawned like up at the top there. That's the center of the map. So we should. Okay, yeah, we're adding that, and then we should also add the boss. Oh, we already have it. Nice. Center. There we go. Yeah. I can. Oh. Oh wait. Okay. Right. So we're changing this. So. Then next shoot is gonna be this. Wait, no, phase one. There we go. And let's see, and this is so spawn project that this should use that thing. So this should use, yeah, not this. Position is gonna be, well, we can get the position here, I guess. All right. Okay. Let's see now. There we go. That looks better. Okay. So now we can see a little bit when it's gonna, where it's gonna hit. That's nice. Yeah, I can see your point of having like a downwards hit. Sometimes it feels like the only option you have is just diving into a bunch of monsters. But it's also a little bit of having to manage the number of monsters and trying to make your next move. Oh man. And we should telegraph the spawn as well. Oh shit. I want to see if I can like legitimately get to the flying phase or phase 2. What? It's also gonna change, you know, it's gonna change a little bit, like because I'm planning on adding a little bit more, like, you know, combat tricks. Fighting off these monsters is gonna feel a little bit different, I think, because yeah, maybe add more combo based stuff. Like right now, the only thing you can do is basically you have this 1-2 attack like this. So the first time you you swing your sword, you can swing back. So it's like forward and back. It's kind of hard to see. Okay. Might change color of red spawn box so it's not confused with health box. Yeah. Wait, why did that sort of... It's sort of disappearing. Oh, I see. I think it's because it shares the same key. So it's kind of overriding Yeah, there the telegraph helped a lot. There we go. Phase 1. Maybe these monsters will only take 2 hits. Because it's like you hit twice, they have enough time to attack you again. But maybe it's my mistake of... I mean, it's gonna be the first boss, so it's not supposed to be super hard or anything. What we'll do is... we'll go to this guy. Let's get the health. And we'll set the max health to... and health to 2 as well. Oh yeah, the box. Let's see. Wait, which one is it? Oh, here we go. This is the telegraph. Shoot. Alright. Alright, let's make it pink. There we go. Yeah, I think it makes sense that they would have less health because maybe I'll even change, you know, the graphics. It's gonna be like unique monsters to this area, perhaps, or this boss. But it is nice that they have less health because it was pretty annoying. It's just gonna be something that's kind of in the way, I guess. Not supposed to be some like that they are a huge annoyance. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Okay, yeah, it's way easier now, I think. I was also thinking of, you know, having the projectile that you can actually sort of shoot back at the boss, but I don't think I will do that. Oops. Okay, so it's like a 3 cycle thing. Unless... No, but now when we destroy... Let's see. The last orb, it might go into... Okay, that's weird. It went both like into the flying phase, but also into this phase. Okay. So that's like a bug. But I think what will happen when it goes into flying phase, it's gonna destroy the room basically. So it's gonna open up all the rooms. Everything is gonna get destroyed. All entities gets destroyed. The room gets destroyed. The player gets pushed over to the side. Then the flying phase starts, and the orbs are gonna be sort of released from their confinement, and they're gonna float around. So you're gonna be able to attack those orbs, but then the boss will also fly around and do some attacks and stuff. And then once you destroy all the orbs, the boss is gonna come crashing down and be stunned, and so then you can again attack the boss while it's stunned, and then, you know, rinse and repeat until it's dead. That's the idea. But the flying phase is gonna be interesting. That feels like when the real boss fight starts. But I'm still thinking about this puzzle element, right? It's just too simple. I'm not sure what to do with it. Maybe we'll just scrap it. Maybe we don't even have this puzzle element, and we just have the orbs, and then make the boss flying later. I don't know. Maybe they still take 3 hits to kill the spawns, but have a chance to fail to deal damage to you randomly. Would that make it more interesting? So they would. So maybe it would feel like, you mean like they have a random chance of like dealing damage to you, or don't deal damage to you when they sort of hit you. So that maybe you still get invincibility frames, but you don't lose health. Yeah. I don't know, I kind of like that they're easy to kill now. It feels more in line with what the boss is about. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's just an idea. Yeah, I get you, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It does feel like it could be something. But I kind of like it how it is now. I'm wondering if you could get thrown backwards into damage. So yeah, I was actually worried about that myself, but I think because of how the system works, we set like when the player gets pushed back, we get like invincible. So like yeah, because we're set into like the hurt state, but we don't take any damage, and so at that point we do have like invisibility frames, I think. Actually, you should probably be able to see it now visually because of the flashing. or maybe not. I don't know. I not see the flashing, but it should be there. Like, you should be. Yeah, the flashing means that you're invincible. Oh yeah, no, okay, I'm mistaken. Well, but I didn't take any damage, so okay, and now it's flying, right? Okay. Well, the boulder shouldn't spawn, but that's another thing. All right. I feel like I'm sort of putting off implementing phase 2. But I feel like it is good that we iterate on phase 1, because the orbs made things a lot better, I feel. And it also converts into phase 2, or translates into phase 2 very well, because you can still use the orbs in that phase as well. So what I'm kind of imagining with phase 2, maybe we should start on that now. Like, I'm kind of imagining it like the boss moves, like we remove all this, so we have to have something that removes all the tiles. We don't really have a mechanism for that, and these entities are gonna get just destroyed. Everything gets destroyed. All devices get destroyed. All the tiles are gonna get destroyed. Maybe we'll keep some tiles around so that you can sort of jump or something on them. I don't know. But all these tiles are gonna get destroyed. Actually, we could probably do that without implementing some sort of system for that. We could just go into the data and change it, maybe. But the data is constant right now. Yeah, we'll see. So everything gets destroyed. I'm thinking the boss is gonna start flying high above like this, but then the orbs are gonna come down and like do some attacks, maybe near the ground, so you can go and attack them. And the orbs are gonna fly around, and you can jump up to attack them. The boss is gonna come down, like maybe in front of you or over, like trying to crush you or something. Maybe shooting projectiles. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do there. And then you kill the orbs. Maybe you don't have to kill all orbs. Maybe it's enough to kill one orb. The other orbs get like disabled. The boss gets down. You can stun. You can like attack the boss to deal a lot of damage. Then the boss is recovering, and then the remaining orbs are, I don't know. Maybe we don't even bring the orbs into the phase 2. Yeah, well, I guess it would be interesting. The phase 2 is very interesting because there's like a million possibilities all of a sudden that you can have. But we still want to keep to the same thing. I think probably we don't want to spawn monsters in that phase 2. It's probably only going to be the boss with the orbs. Yeah, I'm just thinking about a million different scenarios in my head. All right. But I'm pretty happy with phase 1 actually. The only thing is the puzzle element. It just feels forced in there, which it kind of is, you know. Just because the whole dungeon is based around getting a puzzle element, and we're gonna have some puzzles in the dungeon, and then I thought that, oh, why don't we have like a puzzle element in the boss fight? So that's why I did the whole thing there. But it's not really that well thought through. It's just forced in there basically to have something. Maybe you can you know, think a little bit about it. This could be sort of the first iteration, and then maybe I'm gonna continue with it later. Maybe we don't even implement phase 2 yet. Maybe it's just gonna be a stationary boss. I don't know. Because I wanna also get to other stuff as well. But it is very interesting to... This is like my first boss. So... yeah. It feels like I don't really want to leave it like this though either. But it could just be that this is it. Let's see. I really like the idea of it breaking free and start flying. Destroying all the machinery, breaking free, starts flying, and then you have to destroy it. We'll do this. Well, I think that's maybe comes in a later iteration. I think for now this is fine. And let's see. Where are we doing that? So should activate phase 2. False. You are wrong. I'm just gonna do this to get rid of the warnings there. Alright, so now it's basically we're only doing phase 1 until he's dead. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lower, I mean, either I'm gonna lower the health or I'm gonna increase the amount of damage you do when he's stunned. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Hits to stun. Let's increase. And no, wait, no, that's hits to stun. Where's the thing here? Max hits. Let's double that and make this like, I don't know, times 6. We're doubling down here. Let's see how that feels. And then we do that until he's dead, which should happen when his health is 0. Oops. It's kind of risky going past the center point here because of the spawns. But if we telegraph those, then it might get, you know, you can predict it easier, so you can get in there easier. Yeah, see how much damage we're doing in the stun phase? Man, that feels really nice. And then we rinse and repeat. Okay, now I feel though that there should be like increased difficulty at some point. Somehow. Whoops. Well, okay. What could we do to increase difficulty? Oh, maybe the orbs extend or something? Like one of the orbs starts to glow and tries to like attack you. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think a little bit. But yeah, that's I'm gonna have to go and eat a little bit, so I might jump back on later. I'm gonna have to do some thinking here and stuff, so but yeah, thanks very much for watching and joining me and chatting and stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. So have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Yeah.